Moramai, good morning. The warmest of welcome from St John's on this, our national day, a day steeped in tradition, history, culture and pride. I'm James Davis.
And I'm Kiri Kermode.
And we'll be here with the rest of the team throughout the day to bring you the sights and sounds of Tinwald Day 2022, a mix really of the formal and informal. And as you can hear behind me, the music has already started up. Onken Silver Band, under the direction of David Carron, playing for the arrivals and the guests and of course the members of the public. It is a super day, I think it's fair to say. Manannan's cloak slightly over the top of us, but perfect weather conditions, and I think we're all really looking forward to what should be a super day. As I was standing here, I can see they're just starting to the processional way. They're starting to lay the rushes on the path. There is Bollum Bay, and as far as the eye can see, in the robing room where the members of our Parliament and indeed the members of the judiciary and indeed the members of the clergy will soon be assembling. The members of the public will be flocking here too as well, and also I can see just starting to warm up to kickstart the entertainment, the Manx dancers on the green. So all the ingredients would appear to be in place for Tinwald Day 2022. Kiri, I don't know about you, but it doesn't seem 12 months ago since we were last here.
It really, really doesn't. Today is a unifying day, not solely for us locals, for the Manx diaspora and the expats around the world, but for all with a connection to the Isle of Man, however big or small.
Very much so. And of course, it is a year of celebration. We have had the Platinum Jubilee celebrations. Indeed, they are continuing. 70 years reign of Her Majesty. And of course, Her Majesty's daughter, the Princess Royal, Princess Anne, was here this time last year. Closer to home, we have a series of firsts at Tinwald Day this year, because we have a first for the President of Tinwald, Lawrence Skelly, his first Tinwald as President. The Chief Minister, Alfred Cannon, will be leading the troops for the first time as well. The Clerk of Tinwald, for so long the Deputy Clerk, Jonathan King, it is his maiden Tinwald as the Clerk. And of course, we had the arrival of a new Lieutenant Governor last autumn in Sir John Lorimer. So this will be his first Tinwald Day as well. They're just among the first. There's about 7 or 8 actually, but a big important day for all of the individuals in those positions as well. Well, we've mentioned the band playing. We've mentioned the dancers, of course. There is a whole host of entertainment today. There really is. And I was having a look at the list last night. We've gone from, Onken Silver Band, who are playing now, to the Isle of Man Wind Orchestra. We've got Retrospect a little bit later on. It's the whole range. We've got the WI, Londy Male Voice Choir. I think there's an All-Island Theatre Company's showcase of Matilda. There's literally everything and anything. And you've been taking a closer look at what's going on today.
There's plenty in the schedule. The Tynwald Green, we'll have the Schools Parade, which is always lovely to watch. And then the Grand Manx Dance on at 2:15 this afternoon. But also throughout the day, we have the Viking Village at Cooloree. The Arboretum has the One World Centre with the global village of all of the different foods and flavours from around the world coming to the Isle of Man. And then children's entertainment in the Tinwald Fest marquee. We have Gina's Dance Academy, there's face painting, there's also craft workshops. And then tonight, the Ceilidh with the Kipper Ceilidh Band. And then tonight, 10 p.m, ending with the Ellen Vannon Pipes and Drums and the Spinning Vannon. It is just a day packed with entertainment for all of the family and a great day. Now the sun is coming out.
And the sun is shining, so 13 hours effectively. We're just having a look on the screen here at some of the events going on, from the Tinwald Viking Fest to the Marquee to the Arboretum, to the Bun School and the Tinwald Green as well, with the Wind Orchestra a little bit later on. And I mentioned just before the President of Tinwald, the President of Tinwald, Lawrence Skelly, and indeed the Speaker of the House of Keys, Joan Watterson, are here already, and all the assembled guests now starting to make their way. Kiri, I've got to ask you, you're as Manx as the hills. So what does today mean for you and your family?
It is a really, really special day. It's Fair Day. It's a day out of the calendar that's so important to everybody on the Isle of Man, a day to celebrate Manx life. And it's also a very important day for agriculture. This was the day where the farmers would bring their livestock to trade them on the fairfield, to have the income for the year. And now the cattle have since gone, but the traders are all here, 100 stalls in abundance. And, it's such a special day, a day off in the Manx calendar is just so special.
It certainly is, and let's hope. Obviously, this is the if you want to hear and see what's going on, this is the best place to be. But ideally, if you can make it down to St John's, is what we'd encourage today. Mention the series of firsts before, of course. His Excellency, the Lieutenant Governor, Sir John Lorimer. This is very much a first Tynwald Day for him and Lady Lorimer. And of course, they are very much engaged in the community, as indeed their predecessors did. Sir Richard Gosney and Diane Gosney, who departed the island last September. And to get his thoughts ahead of today, we popped up to Government House and spoke to Sir John Lorimer. Well, Your Excellency, you've been on the island for around 9 months now, a whirlwind 9 months, I'm sure you'll agree. How have you found it?
I can't believe it's 9 months. It's gone incredibly quickly. They've been wonderfully enjoyable 9 months. We've loved it, and we've been, I think, so overwhelmed by the hospitality and the generosity of welcome from the people of the Isle of Man. So, it's been a fantastic first 9 months.
Since you arrived, of course, and have taken up office, similarly to your predecessor, you've embraced community life. Have there been any particular highlights, any particular moments that have been the most enjoyable, that have been pivotal so far?
Early on decided that we were going to do the Radnafoylan coastal path because we thought that would be a wonderful way to get to know the island, not only the geography, the topography, all the roads, and just getting a better feel for how the island is going to join together. And so we did that from November until sort of March, and it was just a brilliant opportunity to see the island in all conditions, in all weathers, but at all aspects. And that was terrific. So that's definitely a highlight. But there's been many other things. So spending the night on Snaefell, which we did for charity, or swimming here at Douglas at New Year's Day. Small little things like that.
Government House has hosted a number of receptions as well, including in the last few days with the Tinwall Garden Party, the Beat the Retreat. Has hosting such events and previous receptions since last autumn, has that given you a flavour really of the breadth and depth of the island community?
We'd been here for a quick recce in July, but of course that's not quite the same as now being the Lieutenant Governor. And it suddenly dawned on it that this is a most fantastic house. It's a resident of the representative of the Lord of Man, Her Majesty. We are determined to open it up, give as much accessibility as we can to the house and to the gardens, because we want people to come and see here, but also to be proud of it, to appreciate it, and to recognise that it's a pretty special place. So we hope to do that, and also we hope to get more youngsters here. We've had the Scouts here a couple of times. I'm doing assemblies at quite a lot of junior schools, and the quid pro quo by doing the assembly is that a class can come to Government House and we'll show them around. They can meet the staff, hear about the history, and if they're lucky they can run riot in the gardens as well. So it's about sharing this fantastic place because it belongs to the people of the Isle of Man.
Constitutionally, politically, this is a day where it's a day steeped in tradition when the island shows itself to the wider world, but also as a responsible jurisdiction on the world stage. So do you have any expectations of Tynwald Day?
Really looking forward to it. I think, again, a sort of a unique Manx Day, almost of a mixture of tradition and modernity, solemnity and fun. And I think that's rather special. And I'm rather looking forward to going around and meeting people I already know, because we've gone out and done our utmost to meet as many people as possible. So hopefully the weather will be like it is now, although not too hot, because I'll be wearing my sort of uniform, which is not great in the summer heat, I've got to say. And I think I'm really looking forward to it, and recognise what an important day it is for the island.
This year, 3 of the official Tynwald Day guests are from UNESCO. fitting, really, as we're sitting here in these wonderful grounds. Why is the island's biosphere status so important, do you think?
I think it's really important. I mean, we should be really proud about living on a very special island. And the fact is that we're the only sort of entire nation that has got UNESCO biosphere status. So that, we're unique in that. And with our wonderful, the environment, with the culture, the heritage, with all of that, I think it's a fantastic foundation on which we can build. And at Government House, we're now a partner of UNESCO Biosphere partner, and working with a lot of the charities that my wife and I are patrons of. I think that reinforces the importance. And for example, just small things like getting involved with Beach Buddies and what they do, or we're patrons of Manx Wildlife Trust and going out with them and really encouraging people to recognise the importance of the environment and everything that makes up the unique place that is the Isle of Man.
Well, you clearly feel very proud and privileged to be taking part in this occasion. I wish you and Lady Lorimer an enjoyable day.
Thank you very much indeed.
That was the Lieutenant Governor, Sir John Lorimer, who of course took up office here last September when he and Lady Philippa Lorimer arrived, succeeding or taking over after 6 years in the role for Richard and Diane Gosney. Of course, that role slightly extended due to the COVID pandemic, but the term was slightly extended. But certainly they seem to be embracing themselves in the island community, and they seem to be trying to support all causes, local causes. They've even opened up Government House to individuals and charities, and they really seem to, I don't know if you've had an opportunity to meet His Excellency yet, but very much grounded in the island community. You can tell he has a community background. He
really does. He's been at some of the agricultural events and actually getting into the throes of it all. And like you say, he's embracing Manx life. And what isn't there to love on this island? It is a great place, a very, very special place. And today of all days, I'm sure you'll be really, really enjoying the celebrations here.
Now, we are standing here in front of the Royal Chapel. I can see the members beginning to arrive now, the members of Parliament, the members of Tynwald, and of course for a number of them this will be very much a first Tynwald Day, because of course we had a number of newly elected members in the general election last September, and I'm seeing a number of those arriving. I'm seeing Stuart Peters, the member for Middle, Marlene Masker, MLC, is here, Claire Christian, South Douglas, MHK, and also we've got some of the local authority members. I can see Jamie Horton there, the chairman of Castletown Commissioners, is just arriving as well. David Ashford, Douglas North MHK, is just also making his way to the robing room, and that is really where the assembled members will just get ready, compose themselves, just have a look round. Of course, this is very new for a lot of them, of course, and also the judiciary and the clergy will assemble, and then the official proceedings will begin in a short while. But it really is a very special day. Rob Callister, the Onken MHK, is just arriving. I know he's got some special family over for the first time this year as well, so we'll hopefully speak to him shortly. But there really is a lovely flavour and a lovely feel that you can hear. Well, perhaps you can't hear, but there's some applause to my right, and that is because the Manx dancers were just starting to get ready. Onken Silver Band, as I said earlier, have been playing as well under the direction of David Carron, and they will also be back playing at about 10:15 when the schools parade. This is something that's become a bit of a tradition over the last decade or so, and not when we were at school, but more recently, where representatives of all the island's secondary schools take part. Now, we mentioned the Lieutenant Governor there. It's the President of Tynwald's first Tynwald in that position. Of course, Jonathan King, the Clerk of Tynwald, is also, it's a first Tynwald for him. And the Chief Minister, Alfred Cannon. And he is the fourth, I think, in the generation in the line of Cannons. I think 90 years in total they have been represented at Tinwald Day in a variety of ways, and we'll touch upon that a little bit later on. But as he prepares to lead the troops for the first time, if I can call it that, we have been to government, the Chief Minister's office, I should say, to government officers, and reflected and gained the thoughts of the Chief Minister, the Michael and Air member, Alfred Cannon. Well, Alfred Cannon, you're about to lead the troops for the first time on your National Day. What will that mean?
I feel tremendously privileged to be able to do so. To hold this position is a great honour. Absolutely recognise that, and that will be reflected on Tinwald Day as I lead the members of Tinwald up towards the hill to hear the promulgation of the Acts.
Well, I remember actually speaking to you on previous Tinwald Days when you were a relative newcomer to Manx politics, a backbencher, then a more senior established figure. On every occasion, you always had the supportive family members there, from your wife Bella to your children, your parents. Does now, as Chief Minister, does today bring an extra sense of pride, do you think?
Well, it is our National Day. It is a family day. I'd like to think it is very much a family day, and that's reflected in a number of ways, from the activities that are taking place on the Fairfield itself, to those that are watching from the front field, to those who are participating. It's inclusive. It's our National Day. It's celebrating our Manxness. It's celebrating our cultural identity. And yes, I'll be tremendously proud to have my family there, and I hope others will be celebrating in a similar way with their families as well.
Given the political pedigree in the Cannon family, it spans generations, of course. Is it on occasions like this that perhaps you have that rare time amidst the relentless nature of politics, that rare time to reflect and think about the next chapter of history, if you like, that you're actually writing?
Well, I'm obviously very privileged, as I said, to hold the position that I do, to be trusted by my constituents. But I don't think of it necessarily historically, but I am very cognizant or certainly recognise the historical connotations, the history of Tinwald, the history of Tinwald Day, and it's just a privilege to really be there in my own right and celebrating our National Day, as I said, with friends and families, and acknowledging all those that will be present on the day. And even if they're not there, hopefully they will, of course, be taking a nod to the ceremony that's going on Tinwald Hill as they enjoy the day themselves with their families in their own way.
Of course, with national pride comes responsibility, and this proud political and parliamentary democracy that we have may well be tested more than ever over the next few years. So what would you say are the main challenges which lie ahead in the next 12 to 18 months?
Well, we've all got significant challenges, and I think, for the first time for probably decades, that they're running right through society in so many ways, whether that's the cost of living, which is fundamentally at the headline now of one of the key difficulties that we have to face, whether it's delivering on our island plan, a new economic strategy for the island. We've got a number of serious and significant challenges in front of us. We've got to address them. I know that many people will be feeling the pinch, particularly coming the winter, in terms of as inflation will bite in, and as oil and gas prices are likely to rise by another 40%. So there's so much for us to do, and of course we're very cognizant again of that when we're partaking in the Tinwald ceremony. It's of course a celebration of our National Day, but it's also a recognition of Tinwald, its responsibilities, and what it will have to do, and the laws it will have to pass in the next 12 months, and the actions it will have to take to make sure that the Island Man continues to progress, and that we look after people.
And just finally, what is your message to the Manx public, the Island Man public, this Tinwald Day?
Yeah, I think it is a recognition, of course, in our national culture and identity, a chance for us to be proud of the island, of our independence on the Isle of Man, and the way that we interact as a society, and the role that Tinwald has within that. But it is fundamentally about the people, and I know that people will be celebrating that in their own way. But I would encourage people, if they haven't been to Tynwald or if they're planning to go, to come down to St John's and celebrate with us this very, very special day.
Chief Minister Alfred Cannon, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, James.
So, well, Stu Peters, welcome to Tynwald Day. Your very first as an elected member now.
Well, it is, yes. And it's I've been here once before, which is probably not terribly often on the basis I've been here for 25 years. But yeah, it's the first as an elected representative. So.
And how does it feel?
It feels very strange to be sort of here in fancy dress.
You do look very glamorous, though,
well,
I must
bless
say.
You. But yeah, to be dressed a bit like a Victorian dad is a bit. I feel a little bit awkward, but it is a great honour to be here. So.
And like you say, it is an honour. It's our Manx National Day, and now the sun is shining.
Well, that's all we could ask for, really, isn't it? It was very grey when I looked out the window this morning, but it's a lot better now.
It really is. And how are you enjoying now? You're settled in. How are you finding the role now?
It's great. I mean, I think that there was a report into the DOI last year, I think it was Beamans, who said that the trouble with the department is that it looks at outputs rather than outcomes. And I think that's a problem of the whole government, in that as long as everybody feels as though they're being kept busy, then they think that they're doing a good job. But you know, it's what comes out at the end of it that's the important thing, not the work that goes into it. So sometimes it's a bit like sort of trying to walk through treacle. But I also understand that there's a reason that things can't be done overnight. So,
and that sometimes is a frustrating part for the Manx public. You know, there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes that we don't necessarily see.
Well, an awful lot of people have said to me, we voted for you because we thought you were going to make a difference and you've not done.
Oh,
and it's like,
goodness.
Well, I have tried.
Give it time.
And it's, you know, it'll just take time to do these things. So.
And are you enjoying it?
Yeah, it's fantastic. And the nicest part of it for me is the constituency work, where, you know, somebody comes to you with a problem that they've been passed from pillar to post in government and by the bureaucrats, and you're able to cut through that sometimes and get a solution for them. And that's lovely when you can do that. That's happened a few times.
And today, I'm assuming people will be able to come up to you and chat to you and, you know, maybe have a little bit more of an informal meeting. And
absolutely.
It's a broader community picture, isn't it?
Well, I mean, with social media and all the rest of it, you know, we are constantly in touch with people. We've had Jane Poole Wilson, my constituency partner, and I have had a couple of constituency surgeries, for want of a better word. I always think that surgery is for doctors, but so we've had a couple of those things, and not many people turned up. But thinking about it afterwards, you don't need to anymore. You know, your MHK is at the end of a phone line. Our numbers are published. People can come up to me anytime they like. They can email me. The email details are there. So we're able to deal with things without having to have this sort of monthly meeting where people queue up to talk to us.
This is it. Well, there we go. Well, I hope you enjoy the rest of your day and your first Tynwald. So I will hand over to James now, who's with Minister Ashford.
Well, I'm joined by the Douglas North member, David Ashford. David, we were at school together. I suppose you've got thoughts of this day going back to what childhood memories have you of Tynwald Day?
I have. I mean, Tynwald Day is a very special day. It's the day where we celebrate our national pride in our island. It dates back, the longest continuous parliament in the world. So it's an extremely special day, and it's just an absolute privilege to be part of it. Back in those school days, I never could have envisaged that I'd be doing what I'm doing now.
Tell me, has it changed in the I think this will be your sixth Tynwald Day as an MHK. Does it change on certainly a lot of the protocol remains the same. Has it changed or evolved at all in that time?
I always find every Tynwald Day is quite unique. I mean, it's an opportunity for people to come forward and present petitions. We've had protests in the past on Tynwald Day as well. It's about the Manx people and the engagement of the government with the Manx people and vice versa. So, you know, I think every single day is unique. No two Tynwald days are the same.
What are your expectations of today? Because yes, there is an element of politics. There is a Tynwald sitting, of course there is, but it is a day largely where politics are put to one side.
Yeah, I think it's a day for the community to come together. It's a day for us to recognise all that's good with our island and the wonderful island that we have a huge privilege to live in. And it's a great time for the kids as well with the Fairfield and everything else. It's already looking like it's bustling over there. So I'm looking forward to a really, really good day.
And who have you got with you today?
So I've got my partner and my mother with me here today, who will be in the chapel, and then hopefully the weather will hold when they enjoy the outside ceremony as well.
Well, I wish you a super Tynwald day, and thank you very much for your time. David Ashford, the North Douglas MHK. I can see that Kiri is talking there to Raymond Gorn, of course, one of the captain of the parishes, and Gorn is a name well associated with Tynwald, of course. Phil Gorn was the MHK, one of the MHKs for Russian for so long, and certainly his son Ewan now works in the media covering occasions like this. So certainly a special day for the Gorn family. It's just starting to pick up here and get a little bit busier, which is wonderful to see. The sun has come out, so it really is rather special. I can see that some of the dignitaries now, and as we're speaking, the first official ceremony of the day is about to begin at Cooley Ree. That is a ceremony where all the guests actually bring a stone with her. They put on the cairn, the layer, if you like. They lay a stone from their home country, their own individual areas. And this is a project which began when the former president of Tinwall, Sir Charles Carouche, he started this off, and it is something that is carried on and is now firmly fixed in tradition. Well, talking about tradition, somebody who has seen a number of Tinwald days is Raymond Gorn, and Kiri is with them now.
Well, Raymond Gorn, a beautiful day here now for Tynwald Day. You've been coming for a good while as captain of the parish.
I have, yes. I think this summer about 16 years now.
My word. And I bet you've seen some changes in those years.
Well, you could say so, like. Yes.
And does it feel special to you still, even after that duration of time?
Oh, yes. It's an honour, really, like, you know.
Yeah. And as captain of the parish, what kind of roles do you have to do?
Not a lot now.
No?
It used to be there was more. The captain was brought into more things in the parish, like, but now he only finds out what's going on.
Yeah. And how does it feel to sit on the hill?
Oh, wonderful.
Really?
Yes.
And it's still special after all this time?
Oh, yes. Oh, it's an honour to be up there, like, you know.
Yeah. And have you seen many changes on the island in time?
Well, I would say so, like.
For the better?
I don't think so.
No, but today is a special day. Everyone's here dressed up in their finery, looking the part.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it's a good day to get the shirt out and the tie.
It's you know, it's special, like, you know. So.
Yeah. And have you brought family with you today? Because I know the Gorn family have always been part of government and active members of the parish and the community.
The only fella I see here is Phil. Not Phil, Ewan.
Ewan?
Ewan is here somewhere.
Yeah.
Phil was going to come. He was going to come with me this morning, but plans got changed.
This is it. Well, now that the sun's out, the Manannan's cloak is lifted. Be a good day for us?
Oh, yes.
There we are. Anyway, go and enjoy your day, Raymond.
I'll try.
Thank you.
Well, I am joined by Jonathan King, the Clerk of Tynwald. Jonathan, the first Tynwald Day as the Clerk of Tynwald. It must be a proud moment.
A very proud moment, James, yes. It's actually my 16th Tynwald Day in St John's, because I did 14 as Deputy Clerk of Tynwald. And before that, in 2007, I came as a guest. And that was quite a staggering experience. I still remember walking out of the church at the end of the church service onto the processional way for the first time, and I really couldn't have believed, if you'd told me beforehand what that feeling was like. It's indescribable, really. The sense of ceremony and the sense of spectacle, and the fact that so many people are there, and the grandstand and the band and everything. It's a truly memorable experience.
Tell me, how will today differ than it did 12 months for you when you were Deputy Clerk, of course? I mean, obviously you have a slightly different role, but does the majority of it remain the same?
I think the thing with Tynwald Day is that almost everything is the same as last year. That's kind of the point. And everyone has a small role to play. So even in the role of Deputy Clerk of Tynwald or Clerk of Tynwald, one still feels like a very small piece in a very big jigsaw. And so, yes, I am doing a slightly different thing. I don't have to climb quite as many steps on the hill because, of course, as Clerk of Tinwall, I also serve as Secretary of the House of Keys, which means I sit on the second tier from the top, and previously I sat as Clerk of the Legislative Council on the top tier.
A number of guests here today from a variety of backgrounds, presumably having relations with members, other jurisdictions, member states is more important now than ever.
Well, I think it's always been very important. I mean, the island is proudly autonomous and it is very much in charge of its own destiny internally, but we're also a part of a wider world, and the relationship with the UK is extremely important. So we welcome our military friends, and we are glad to be presided over by His Excellency on this one day of the year. And then our other neighbours are also represented. So we have a representative from the Irish Parliament today, who's also very welcome.
Well, we wish you and your family a super day, and enjoy if you can. I know it's not always that relaxing, but I hope you enjoy Tynwald Day.
Thank you very much, James.
Thank you, thank you, Jonathan. And now I'll head over to Kerry because she has the newly elected member for South Douglas, Sarah Maltby.
Sarah, your first Tynwald Day, how do you feel?
I'm so excited. I'm just so proud to be part of this special day, and yeah, no, it's just incredible.
It really is, and the sun is shining and beautiful outfit.
Oh no, thank you very much. No, I've got my necklace from Element Isle, so that's going to be with me now every Tynwald Day, hopefully for as long as I'm lucky enough to be able to serve the Isle of Man.
Yeah, and it must be very special. You've got your family here today. Your dad, David Cretton, very, very proud of you.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, you know, it's one of these things where I've attended every Tynwald Day with him as a guest, and now he's my guest. So it just feels really special. So you know, thank you.
It really, really is. And how are you enjoying your new role? You know, representing your constituency.
Well, Douglas, I'm very proud to be from Douglas South, born and raised Douglas South. Now I'm getting to represent it. So I'm just. I just feel like it's just gone full circle really, and I'm just so pleased to be able to represent the constituency to the best ability that I can. And the island, I'm very proud to be from the Isle of Man, very proud to be Manx. And so, it's just an honour.
Today, a Manx Day in the Manx calendar must be really, really special to you.
Oh, absolutely. It should be special to all of us. We need to do more to make sure that everybody knows about our rich culture, our heritage. Our children. We need to make sure that this message is passed on, and everyone should be down to Tynwald Fair Day and enjoying it because there's so much to see. The fair. It's a great day out, and if you haven't been, you need to get down here.
It's true, isn't it? I think it's a great excuse to get out with the family to celebrate everything to do with the Isle of Man. So what will your celebrations be today?
Well, I'm going to obviously be part of the ceremony, and then we're going to go and have a look in the fair. Probably, I've got my children with me, so
lovely.
I've got some money to be able to spend there. So it's going to be really good. I just want to be thrown into it and just absorb it all, and it kind of feels like your wedding day where people say don't forget just to sort of like look around and enjoy it because it just feels such a momentous occasion. I really can't put into words how it feels. It's indescribable.
Lovely, brilliant. Well, anyway, I'll let you get back to the family, Sarah.
Cheers.
Enjoy. Thank you.
Well, I remember as a young man growing up, Christa Berg had a song, Lady in Red, and presumably he was talking about you, Claire Christian. South Douglas MHK, good morning to you.
Good morning, James.
This is your second Tinwald Day, of course, as a member of the Keys. Now you've had the first one out of the way, have you got more of an expectation of what to expect today, do you think?
No.
No, absolutely not.
Absolutely not. I'm just hoping that it doesn't rain and my hat doesn't blow off.
Well, that's a good start. What does it mean today as to be involved in the way you are?
I mean, I'm sure you'll hear from everybody else and that what it does mean to them, and everybody will say that you're representing your constituency, and that's a huge honour. To first of all to be elected, and then obviously to come and stand here and be on the hill as part of your, of your constituency. So that's really what that really means to me. I feel very proud. And it's really lovely. It's quite breathtaking. It's quite, there are moments where it's real honour. It really is.
In terms of the day, is it a day where we can actually put the politics largely to one side and actually reflect on the tradition and the pride of being in the Isle of Man?
I think what's really important is to keep yourself grounded, and there's so many things that are obviously happening in society. People are struggling, and bills are expensive, the cost of living. So that's something that I think about. Obviously, we're here in our glory, but there are people out there that are struggling. So you've got to keep reticent of that. I think it's really important to remember those things that are happening out there. So
on a day like today, I know there's a very proud family you have. I would imagine on days like this, it just makes it that extra little bit noticeable.
It does, yes, and family is really important. And sadly, my mum and dad couldn't be here today. They're both in hospital. Can you believe it? But yes, they're both very proud. They really wanted me to come, no matter what. So it's really lovely, and yeah.
Well, we wish both of them a speedy recovery, and we hope you and your party have a super day as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you, James.
Thank you, Claire Christian, the South Douglas MHK. Thank you very much indeed. I'm looking around now. I can see that Rob Callister, the Onken member. So I'm just going to beckon Rob forward, if I may, Mr. Callister, and in fact, and two very special guests. Gather round, girls. Rob Callister, first of all, I'll let you do the introductions.
Oh, thank you, James. Good morning. These are my nieces. First time to the Isle of Man. This is Alicia. This is Cara. They're visiting our beautiful island for the very, very first time.
Super. You're looking forward to it, girls?
Yeah, I can't wait.
I've got to say, you look absolutely fantastic, and it's not just you two. I believe there's other family as well here
there's
today.
young Flynn. I don't know where he is. He's around somewhere. He's 5. He's very excited. He's going to be in Grandstand Day A today. They've been out exploring the island since Saturday, and they're here until the weekend as well. So as a person in charge of tourism, I'm looking forward to showing them around our island.
Super. Cara and Alicia, I hope you enjoy your day and taking part in the church service. And Mr. Callister, I hope you also have a super day as well.
Thank you, James.
Thank you. Thank you. And I'm delighted to say we've spoken to Rob Callister. Kiri is now joined by another one of the newly elected members from last autumn, the Arbury, Castletown and Maloo member, Tim Glover.
Well, Tim Glover, welcome. Your first Tinwald Day in your new role. How do you feel?
A little bit nervous, wouldn't you believe?
Really?
Yes. Yeah,
never?
well, I've seen it from the media point of view, but seeing it from this side, massive honour.
Oh, absolutely.
Massive honour.
Yeah. And you're here with guests as well today?
Yes, Jane, my wife's with me. She's going to share the experience and be in the chapel. We've been to the grandstand a few times. We always supported Tinwald Day, but this is something completely different and a huge honour, and just a big thank you to all the voters once again in Arbury, Castletown and Maloo that put their faith in me, and the work will go on. It's hard work.
And how are you finding the work?
Yes. It's a bit slow at times, a bit frustrating at times, but we are making small inroads, so yes.
And today a very special day, isn't it, for the Manx, for the island just as a whole?
Absolutely, yes. And I think from my working life point of view, this is going to be the greatest day I'll experience doing this for the first time. So I'm really looking forward to it. Determined to enjoy the day as well.
Absolutely. Well, anyway, go and enjoy yourself,
Thank you
Tim.
very
Thank
much.
you so much.
Thanks very much, Kiri. Well, I'm joined now by one of the Garth members, Andrew Smith. Mr. Smith, a maiden Tinwald Day as a member of the House of Keys. Penny for them? What were your thoughts as you were driving to St John's this morning?
lost for words, I think, to a certain extent, because we've been obviously to the event many times, but not as a member of the House, and it's such a privilege, such an honour to represent the people here, and to have this feeling of community, which is fantastic, I believe.
Who is with you today?
My wife, obviously not too well, so she's already in the church, and my daughter.
And how have you found your first 9 months in the House of Keys?
Well, obviously, a new member comes in with great expectations, but you recognise that the wheels sometimes do turn quite slowly. But I think the main thing for me is that it's the people that you help out with the headlines, and they're the ones that really you're not looking for glory for that. You're just helping behind the scenes, and they're very appreciative, and that's what I think is all about the Isle of Man, and it's people.
When the ceremony and the official proceedings begin this morning, what will be going through your mind?
I'd say it's just a great honour. I mean, it's such a historic, it's unique. I mean, consider what's happening in the world around us. And you see disruption, you see anarchy, and yet we've got this stable political system, so longevity. And just to be part of it, well, it's very difficult to put into words, but rest assured I will be thinking very deeply about it.
And can I ask you just finally, what are you looking forward to most today? I mean, obviously you've had a busy few days, you've been welcoming guests and dignitaries, you've had the official garden party on Sunday afternoon. I think last night was the official president's banquet, if I can call it that, at the Woodburn House. But today
Today is about the people.
Yes.
Today is about the people. We are here as representatives of the people, and it's important that not only do we do all the necessary ceremonial and pomp and ceremony and things, but we actually meet the people and interact with them so that we know exactly what their feelings are regarding my first few months, and as to what they expect from us in the future years.
Well, I hope you and your wife and your daughter have a super day. Andrew Smith.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Lovely to see you. Thank you, and have a super day. Thank you very much indeed. Well, it is now a hive of activity. In fact, as I am looking past, I can see the Chief Minister, Alfred Cannon, making his way through the Lich Gate. The petitioners are starting to gather as well. Kiri is just coming back here. Kiri, it's really bustling now, isn't it?
It really is. All of the lovely outfits that the people are wearing, it's suited and booted, the hattinators, fascinators, and everything that's glamorous.
Hattinators and fascinators. There's a little tail in your outfit today with a local angle, if I can put it that way.
Absolutely. I have a lovely friend in Port Erin, Claire Jane, hat and accessory creator, and she makes a little fascinator every year for me, a little bit of a good luck, and all things Manx on a very, very Manx day. So Claire Jane's done a beautiful job, I think. So yeah, very proud to wear it for her.
Absolutely. And you mentioned the hattinators and the fascinators there. Of course, it's top hat and tails for a lot of the chaps. And here's one such chap, Tim Crookall. Morning, Mr. Crookall. Of course, it's a slightly different role for him after a couple of years as an MLC, and then he stood down, and now he's back as one of the MHKs for Glenfaber and Peel. So slightly different role for him. He'll be sitting in the hill in a different place. But starting to really get busy, and we're still hoping to speak to one or two more of our guests before the official proceedings and the official commentary begins in just under 10 minutes' time. Well, here is a very special guest. I'm joined by Jay Cover. Jay, you obviously, it's a special anniversary for Culture Vannon, and you've played a very key part in that. Just for those who don't know, just explain exactly your role.
Sure, well, I'm an illustrator, and I've been commissioned to create a set of 6 stamps to celebrate Culture Vannon's 40th anniversary, founded in 1982, so we're on their 40th anniversary this year. So it's just about sort of celebrating the work they do in sort of enhancing and, you know, preserving Manx culture, and what a good day to do it, I suppose.
The perfect day to do it. Culture Vannon's headquarters, of course, just over the way from us here. What was in your mind when you were creating these and when you were designing these stamps?
Well, you go through a lot of, I went through a lot of iterations, there's a lot of processes involved in sort of like just seeing what they represent and then trying to distill it into images, sketches to start off with, and proposed a few things, and then I felt the idea wasn't going the right way, and then I was really thinking about the Muinjavegi, the little people here, and characterising Culture Vannon as these Muinjavegi who run around, they carry the culture around the Isle of Man and beyond. It's a stamp, so, you know, these stamps go all around the world, so the idea principally was to sort of express the idea that Culture Vannon are carrying Manx culture all around the world. So that was it, yeah.
Super. Well, you're going to take your place a little bit later on. If I can bring Chris Thomas, MHK, in as well at this point, because, of course, Chris, this is something you've been heavily supportive of through your work with Culture Vannon.
Yeah, I'm chair of Culture Vannon and also chair of the post office. It's quite hard to organise a handover for the stamps in that sense, but it's wonderful. This year we've managed to do Manx National Heritage of 100 years at the museum. Obviously there's quite a big royal occasion a few weeks ago, and obviously there's a royal aspect to Tynwald Hill. And isn't it great that we have a 50-year-old post office, a 40-year-old cultural organisation, and we're celebrating both on National Day, when we're well over 1,000 years as our National Day and as our Parliament.
Super. Well, just a final word for you, Mr. Thomas. You have your family here with you today. Who's here supporting you today?
We've got the family, so that they do come along. It's a bit hard for us to get started early in the morning, so getting Max up in the wheelchair is not the easiest thing. So Tanya comes along a bit later on. It's not really suitable for a disabled person to go for 3 hours in the chapel or up onto the stands. But more and more places are becoming accessible, and I do have a disabled child, and it's great for that because there are so many other people in my sort of situation. But thanks for asking about the family.
No, I hope they're all well. I hope you and you, Jay, as well. I hope you both have a super day. Thank you very much. I don't know what the collective noun is for it. It's not a gaggle of Tims. Is it a turn of Tims? I'm not sure. Kiri had Tim Glover, Aubrey Castan and Malou a moment ago. She's now joined by Aaron Michaels, other MHK, Tim Johnston.
Well, Tim Johnston, your first Tynwald day.
Indeed, yeah.
Wow, the weather's certainly
amazing, fantastic, looking really good, isn't it? Yeah. Really good.
And how do you feel?
Excited, nervous. I think, you know,
nervous,
but also, it's a big, it's a big day. I mean, it's our national day. I feel very proud to be here representing Aaron Michael. Indeed, it's a big day.
And you got family with you today to enjoy the celebrations?
Yes, my wife and my 2 children are here, and Mum's here as well. So,
great.
So it's a full turnout. So really
and they must be very proud of you as well, you know, because it is a huge election process. It's just huge, isn't it, just generally, and then to obviously
it is a big thing, yeah. I mean, I can't believe it's nearly sort of 12 months.
Yeah,
and we've gone through our first sort of parliamentary year nearly.
And how are you finding it?
Yeah, really interesting. Really interesting. Again, it's a great privilege to represent Aaron Michael, and you know, it takes a while to learn the ropes, getting to know how it all works, but certainly really enjoying it. And I was saying, I'm a department member within the Department of Enterprise, finding that really interesting. So like to get stuck in and really enjoying it.
And that's it, like you say, finding your feet in the first period, and then
absolutely.
It's so important. You're the people that we go to, the general public, to represent us, to get their thoughts, and it is so broad, isn't it, I suppose?
Unbelievable. Yeah, that's it. From day to day, you just don't know what's going to arrive in email or on your desk. That's one of the enjoyments and the challenges of the job. Yeah.
And I suppose today won't be a day off for you either, because people can come and approach you.
They will. Yes, absolutely. Yes. Hopefully, it's more of a parliamentary day today rather than a political one. But absolutely, we're here. That's our job.
Good morning, Moramai, and a warm Isle of Man welcome to St John's for Tynwald Day and the Tynwald ceremony. A day when we should not forget that this is the celebration of the longest continuously running parliament in the world. Today we can once again reflect on the unique history of the Isle of Man and the events throughout history which have influenced our island and our people. Everywhere across the Isle of Man there are place names and historic monuments which we often take for granted, but each of these plays its part in making our island unique in the world. These names reflect a history which particularly relates to the Vikings, who more than 1,000 years ago established the basis of the way the Isle of Man functions today. The parliamentary system set in place by the Vikings means that the Isle of Man is a nation in its own right, making its own laws and legislation. In fact, the Isle of Man is not, and never has been, part of the United Kingdom. This year is, once again, a period of change, not least because of last year's House of Keys general election, which saw more female candidates successful at the polls than in history. Today is a day to celebrate the Isle of Man and its unique history. But Tinwald Day is not just for people born in the Isle of Man, it's a day for everyone who lives here and for everyone around the world who loves this beautiful island. And most of all, it's also a day to be enjoyed, our own national day and, of course, a bank holiday. We also offer a special welcome to the guests of Tinwald who have travelled to the Isle of Man to be here today and to be a part of Tinwald Day. We wish a warm Manx welcome to everyone. Now, one event has already taken place this morning. Just a few minutes ago, all the official overseas guests visited the Cooley Gardens on the Peel side of Tynwald Hill, and there they have each placed stones from their countries on a cairn which has been slowly growing since this idea began in the year 2000. And very shortly, to begin the official proceedings, we will see the Manx flag and Onken Silver Band along with secondary school students carrying their school banners. They are leading the Guard of Honour from the Royal Navy State Ceremonial Training Section, and the Guard Commander is Commander Royce Broderick. And they will be followed by today's Band and Fanfare team, which is the band of Her Majesty's Royal Marines based in Rosyth, Scotland, and the Director of Music is Captain Tom Griffin. The 5 bands of the Royal Marines perform around the world at spectacles such as the Royal Edinburgh Military Tattoo, the Mountbatten Festival, and very recently at the Queen's Platinum Jubilee events in London.
Yeah, I know well.
So we've just received a signal to say that the Manx flag and Onken Silver Band is on its way up Station Road after gathering at St John's Primary School, followed by the Guard of Honour and the Band of Her Majesty's Royal Marines.
hold it up. Yeah, just collapse it up.
So as you can see, we are beginning to line the processional pathway, and when that is complete, we would like to ask the band, under Captain Tom Griffin, if he would play for us until the arrival of His Excellency. Well, thank you to the Band of the Royal Marines. We now await, coming from the Douglas direction, the arrival of His Excellency the Lieutenant Governor. And now we can see the Lieutenant Governor motorcade coming from Douglas, led by 2 outriders from the police force. And greeting the Lieutenant Governor for his first ever Tinwall ceremony will be the military liaison officer, Colonel Mark Underhill, and 2 captains of the parish. One you may well recognise, which is Mrs. Claire Christian OBE, who was previously president of Tynwald. And also another well-known face in the north of the island, Mr. John Quayle, captain of the parish of Jerby. Now you can see that His Excellency and his party are speaking to members of the public. His Excellency and Lady Philippa, Lady Lorimer, have made an enormous impact since their arrival on the Isle of Man as Lieutenant Governor last year. Very, very communicative with the public and very keen to get involved in local events. And it'll be a privilege for lots of people to meet them and say hello to them.
I'll be wearing a harder hat than this one. I'm a tea and cakes, remember.
Now the Lieutenant Governor is going to the dais for the Royal Salute and the National Anthem. So His Excellency now will inspect the Guard of Honour and the front row of the band, following which he will move towards the War Memorial for the traditional wreath-laying ceremony. Now, His Excellency now is walking towards the War Memorial. This is the National War Memorial and was built and designed by PMC Kermode. The Isle of Man played its part in no small way during both World Wars and suffered 1,200 casualties during the First World War and 500 in the Second World War. We ask that everyone here today observes the minute's silence in memory of those from our island lost in war, and this is perhaps also a time to reflect on those who have lost their lives in defense of invasion and in pursuit of peace in Ukraine. So thank you to everyone who observed the minute's silence. Thank you. Now there is now a short procession from the War Memorial up the processional pathway and down to the chapel, which today serves as a robing room, followed by another short procession from the robing room into the church, where by custom the Tinwall ceremony begins with divine service.
So we have a thing called speech day, where the officers have a certain and then there's a massive market, like, yeah, all 5 years. And then that's 5 giving at the end of it, the whole thing is all over like registration. But the whole school will parade past everything. Stand easy. So basically do it like pretend register. They basically call out their name as they do it. And that's when they finish school for summer. It's basically checking out for summer. I'm not even there, but in the afternoon you have to go. I think it's more for parents. Parents who like and they want to see their son or daughter there and get out and like it's the opposite when like that's the most important school. Well, yeah. I have a abroad. This is just can't even I go through phases of being okay with it and not being okay with it. Like it's a nice job for that restaurant. I do think
Now, taking part in the service today is the Lord Bishop of Rotherham, the Right Reverend Peter Eagles, who leads the service. There is the Dean of St. Germans and Vicar of the West Coast, the Very Reverend Nigel Godfrey, the Chaplain of the House of Keys, the Venerable Irene Cowell, the Dean of the Roman Catholic Church, Monsignor John Devine, OBE, and the District Chair of the Methodist Church, Reverend Janet Corlett. The service lasts about 25 minutes and can be followed on the public address system and also on the big screen. As is traditional, the soloist today is the winner of the Cleveland Medal at the Manx Music Festival, and the honour today goes again to Mr. Paul Costain, who will sing I Vow to Thee, My Country, accompanied on the organ by Gareth Moore. The trumpeters for the service are Lucy Norbury from Russian Silver Band and Emma Smith from the Manx Youth Band. Singing outside the church from the grandstand is led once again by the Manx Festival Chorus with their director, John Riley, MBE. And now you can see that the main officials of the government are now entering the church. of the Judiciary, the Speaker of the House of Keys, Mr. June Watterson, just entering is the new president of Tynwald, Mr. Lawrence Skelly. And now the final group to enter the church are His Excellency, who is accompanied by the Chief of Staff and the Surgeon to the Household.
Welcome. On this Tinwald Day, we meet together to give thanks to God for the many benefits we have received during the past year, to pray for our island.
So now we can go inside and listen to the service. The organists today are Gareth Moore and the regular church organist Derek Crellin, who has been the organist at the Tinwall ceremony every year since 1960. We say this every year, but this is a very special and quite remarkable achievement.
Welcome on this Tinwald Day. We meet together to give thanks to God for the many benefits we have received during the past year, to pray for our island and its government in the coming year, and to dedicate ourselves anew to the service of God and the people of this island. So we begin by singing the hymn, O Worship the King, all glorious above.
to pray. God be gracious to us and bless us. Lord, have mercy. Make your ways known on the earth. Christ, have mercy. Reveal your justice in the sight of the nations. Lord, have mercy. Christ Jesus came into the world to save sinners. Our sins are forgiven in Christ. Amen. Ye ulianiatel, vods to chit de Julius Muniact, de Irnia Astahi, Greasy, Tashingui Ort, Unscree de Julia Wanya, Greifirniak Achi. Astuel Urish, de Chrinak Glen Ashioil, Adson to Goyle Curls on a shun and a tail. De Vod, de Riracht, Gal a Hoshak de Fiak. Dervis a sail, lend a hush to the grai. True Jesus Christ, Ninjan. Amen.
One of the scribes who had listened to these discussions and had observed how well Jesus answered, came forward and asked him, "Which is the first of all the commandments?" He answered, "The first is, 'Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. And you must love the Lord your God with all your heart, and with all your soul, and with all your mind, and with all your strength. The second is this, you must love your neighbor as yourself. No other commandment is greater than these." The scribe said to him, "Well said, teacher. You are right in saying that God is one, and beside him there is no other. And to love him with all your heart, all your understanding, and all your strength, and to love your neighbor as yourself. That means far more than any whole offerings and sacrifices." When Jesus saw how thoughtfully he answered, he said to him, "You are not far from the kingdom of God." After that, no one dared put any more questions to him. This is the word of the Lord.
Amen.
believe in God, the Father Almighty, maker of heaven and earth, and in Jesus Christ, his only Son, our Lord, who was conceived by the Holy Ghost, born of the Virgin Mary, suffered under Pontius Pilate, was crucified, dead, and buried. He descended into hell. The third day he rose again from the dead. He ascended into heaven, and sitteth on the right hand of God the Father Almighty. From thence he shall come to judge the quick and the dead. I believe in the Holy Ghost, the Holy Catholic Church, the communion of saints, the forgiveness of sins, the resurrection of the body, and the life everlasting. Amen.
Let us pray. O Lord our God, guide the leaders of the nations into the ways of peace and justice. Yes, guard and strengthen your servant Elizabeth, our Queen, Lord of man, and all the members of the royal family, that they may put their trust in you and seek your honor and glory. Yes, endue the High Court of Tynwald, here assembled, with wisdom and understanding, that through them we might be wisely and justly governed. Yes, bless those who administer the law and all who hold public office, that they may uphold justice, honesty, and truth. Yes, give us a broader vision of the needs of the whole world, a deeper compassion to fill these needs, and a desire to uphold the rights and freedoms of all your children, regardless of creed or race. Yes, Almighty God, our Heavenly Father, we praise thy holy name for our island heritage, and we beseech thee with thy favor to behold all who dwell here. May thy blessings rest upon all the labors of our minds and hands. Keep, we pray thee, in thine almighty care, all who go down to the sea in ships, and all who travel by land and air. Help us to order with grace and dignity our common life in town and sheeding, that we may live and our children grow in health and godliness. May thy grace be with all those who visit our shores, that they may find recreation of body and soul, and with us may glorify thee, the giver of all good things, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord look kindly on you and give you peace. And the blessing of Almighty God, asbaniati ulieniatil in imach spirit no, duran master as de hantin merio, son di brach. Amen.
As you can see, the procession has now started towards Tinwald Hill, and I'll hand you over to James Davis, who will speak about today's special guests.
Her Excellency Mrs. Laura Davies, she was appointed to the UK Permanent Representative to UNESCO in February of this year. Most recently, she has served as Head of Politics, Engagement and Public Affairs at the British Embassy in Paris and Deputy High Commissioner to Sri Lanka and the Maldives. Her husband is actually the Private Secretary to the Princess Royal, who of course was present at Tinwald Day last year. He attends today in his capacity of husband to the Ambassador UNESCO. Rear Admiral Donald Dools, CBE, he joined the Royal Navy in 1990 and has a bachelor's degree in marine engineering, and amongst many qualifications, holds a postgraduate diploma in nuclear reactor technology. He's previously served on frigates, destroyers, and nuclear-powered submarines, and on promotion to Rear Admiral in June last year, he joined the Ministry of Defence as Director of Submarine Capability. The Right Honourable Dame Eleanor Lang MP. Dame Eleanor has been the MP for Forest since 1997 and was elected Deputy Speaker of the House of Commons in 2013, appointed a Privy Councillor in 2017, and became the first woman 2 years ago to be elected Chairman of Ways and Means. Highlights of her numerous roles include during the Thatcher and Major governments when she was Special Advisor to the Cabinet member John McGregor. His Excellency Mr. Sean Farrick, his political career goes back as far as 1985 when he was elected to Kildare County Council. He was elected in 2002 and amongst many roles has been spokesperson on defence, arts, heritage and culture. He became Chairman of the Parliament in 2016, was re-elected 2 years ago, and on top of all of this, as if he has time, he still maintains the family farm in South Kildare. Stephen Rotherham is the Mayor of Liverpool City. He was born and raised in Kirby. He began his political career 20 years ago when elected a councillor. He was Mayor through the city's European Capital of Culture year in 2008, and then in 2010 was elected MP for Liverpool Walton. His campaigns have included seeking justice for the families of the Hillsborough victims and support for blacklisted workers. Mr. Rotherham became the first Liverpool City Region Mayor 5 years ago and was re-elected last year with a large majority. And finally, Commodore Philip Waterhouse, born in Yorkshire, he's achieved numerous roles since joining the Royal Navy in 1982, serving on many ships, including not least the Royal Yacht Britannia. Currently, he holds the position of Naval Region Commander for Northern England and the Isle of Man, and in 2018, he was made ADC to the Queen, the official guests for Tinwald Day 2022.
Now, while we are waiting for the main officials to leave the church and go towards Tinwald Hill, a few little facts, interesting facts about Tinwald Day. And here's a question: why are there green rushes on the pathway between the church and Tinwald Hill? Well, this is one of the pagan traditions of the ceremony and follows a similar custom in very early times where green rushes were laid on Midsummer's Eve as a tribute to the sea god Manannan. A more obvious Christian tradition is that a church would always be built where an assembly was held, hence the church service as part of today's events. And you will have noticed that lots of the officials today are wearing bollen bane. Now this is a very noticeable traditional custom, and bollen bane, otherwise known as the white herb, is for everybody attending the ceremony and is worn as a charm against evil spirits. In gardening terms, it is commonly called mugwort, but it also has a Manx name, bollen filioun, which translates to be the herb of St. John's feast. And the magnificent Tynwald Hill, everybody asks, where did it come from? There is a theory in Manx folklore that it was originally made and created by people from the 17 parishes of the island, all bringing their own soil. There is no actual proof of that, but we like the idea, and it's one of those beliefs still held strong by very many Manx people. Now, the Viking links are very strong, and research in the last decade shows that there are a large number of surnames which have very strong connections with Scandinavia and are almost certainly directly linked to the Vikings. These particularly include lots of names which start with a C or a K, like Cayley, Cowley, or Cretney, or Karen, Keg, and Kinraid. There are also many more names which potentially have the same links, including Brew, Lease, and Scarf. So it appears that there is, without any doubt, Viking blood in many people living in the Isle of Man. And many of those descendants of the Vikings will be here today, and you might not even know it. And a final question for you. Where does the name Tynwald come from? Well, the word Tynwald is Scandinavian, and translated it means Parliament Field. There are also strong similarities in the names of other towns in the British Isles where the Vikings settled, such as the town called Dingwall, spelled with a D, in northern Scotland, which has the same Viking roots. There are also two places called Tinwall, spelled with a T, in both the Orkney and Shetland Islands. And near Dumfries in the Scottish borders, there's actually a village called Tynwald, but spelt with an I instead of a Y. Many traditions and customs are associated with Tynwald Day, and because of the people of the island were originally a mixture of Celtic and Norse, then the customs are both Christian and pagan. As mentioned earlier, we have a considerable number of new faces in important positions taking part in today's ceremony. We have a new Clerk of Tynwald, Mr. Jonathan King. We have a new Deputy Clerk to Tynwald, Joanne Corkish. And we have a new sword bearer. James, you have some information on Andrew Cunningham.
Yes, indeed. Well, Bernadette Williams last year was her 25th and final year undertaking the duty after quite distinguished service, and her successor, Andrew Cunningham, a stalwart of the community, heavily involved in a number of local organisations and causes, not least the Isle of Man Coast Guard. In fact, it is very much a family affair today. His eldest son, Ben, for many years was one of the car park attendants just across the way here through his work with the Scouts. Indeed, himself now a keen member of the Coast Guard. And a proud day for the Cunningham family because both Ben and Andrew's mum, Kay, are in the grandstand this morning. So lovely to see them both.
Thank you. Now, also, we have a new military liaison officer, Mark Underhill. And in place of the Attorney General, we have the Solicitor General, Walter Wannenberg. Plus, we have no fewer than 11 new MHKs elected last autumn, who are taking part in the ceremony for the very first time. However, one is not a stranger to this ceremony. Peel and Glenfaber MHK Tim Crookall has been here before, both as MHK and member of the Legislative Council. He stood down as MLC last year to stand in the House of Keys election and was successful, so he's not strictly a new face. So in no particular order, the new MHKs here for the very first time today are Joni Farragher, Douglas East, John Wannenberg, Douglas North, Kate Lord-Brennan, Peel and Glenfaber, Michelle Haywood, Russian, Tim Glover, Arbury, Castletown and Maloo, Tim Johnston, Aaron Michael, Claire Christian, Douglas South, Sarah Maltby, Douglas South, Andrew Smith from Garth, and Stuart Peters from Middle.
And as the procession makes its way to Tynwald Hill, the new president of Tynwald, the Honourable Lawrence Skelly, he was elected to the position last summer, a member of the House of Keys for Russian since 2011, and the 5th president of Tynwald, a proud Manxman, a previous Minister for Infrastructure and Economic Development. His responsibilities as president include the supervision of the proceedings of sittings of Tynwald Court.
The new Chief Minister of the Isle of Man is Mr. Alfred Cannon, elected to the position shortly after last year's general election. He had previously served for 5 years as Treasury Minister. Mr. Cannon trained at Sandhurst and served as an officer in Northern Ireland and Hong Kong. He was first elected to the House of Keys in 2011, and he has topped the poll in his constituency of Aaron Michael at each general election.
Likewise, the Speaker of the House of Keys is once again the Honourable Juan Watterson, a member of the House of Keys for Russian since 2006, and he has also topped the poll on each of the 4 elections he has contested. During his political career, he has held numerous roles in various government departments, including Minister for Home Affairs between 2011 and 2016, when he was elected Speaker. One of Mr. Watterson's main roles is actually responsibility for controlling proceedings of the House of Keys, and the robe he wears today was donated to the Isle of Man by the House of Commons back in 1966. far away? Okay, thank you. You're doing the governor bill, are you?
I'm going to do it when he appears.
When he appears,
Just
yeah.
wait till he comes out. Wait till he's come down a little bit.
Did I have it on then? Did I have it on then? Was I loud enough?
You had it about here, right? I actually put it here.
I wasn't loud enough.
And amongst the special people here today, and last by no means least, we have a new Lieutenant Governor of the Isle of Man. General Sir John Lorimer and his wife, Lady Philippa, have already made a very positive impact on the Isle of Man since taking up the position last autumn. He has an extensive military background, joining the British Army in 1981, and was commissioned into the Parachute Regiment. He served in all 3 regular Parachute Regiment battalions and commanded 3 para from 2000 to 2003. His service saw multiple operational deployments in Northern Ireland, Iraq, the broader Middle East, and Afghanistan. He was Chief of Joint Operations between 2014 and 2017, commanding all of the UK Armed Forces global operations. His final military appointment was as Defence Senior Advisor, Middle East and North Africa, a role he held for 3 years. Now, this part of the ceremony is the fencing of the court, and Mr. Stuart Gardner, the current coroner from Glenfaber, will now fence the court, something which has been part of the Tinwald ceremony since the year 1417. This charges us all to behave ourselves. Nowadays, it's all symbolic, but in early times, there would actually have been a physical fence around the official enclosure to protect the politicians from unhappy members of the public. Mr. Gardner will fence the court in English, and he will be followed immediately by Inlida the reader.
Learned First Deemster, direct the court to be fenced. Erdveru inzit, ODG and Hoel, the Vei Curid Vohera.
Coroner of Glenfaber Sheeding and Inlida, fence the court.
I do fence this court in the name of our most gracious Sovereign Lady, the Queen. I charge no person do quarrel, brawl, or make any disturbance, and that all persons do answer the names when called. I charge this audience to witness, this court is fenced. I charge this audience to witness, this court is fenced. I charge this whole audience to bear witness, this court is now fenced.
Tommy Corin Whale Shaw for Hera, ons en Charen Vanin. Nach Gin Pergebied Traje, Bagert, na Gin Obornes de Bee, as de Gin de Goljefer, Freger, Trevisse Erneem. Tommy Cora Corte Erneen is Shaw, de wel een Whale Shaw for Hera. Tommy Cora Corte Erneen is Shaw, de wel een Whale Shaw for Hera. Tommy Cora Corte Ernkleden een is Shaw, de wel een Whale Shaw Nisjach for Hera. Incoming coroners, take the oath in ancient form to execute your offices for the ensuing year and receive your staves of office from the hands of His Excellency.
Now, at this point, the four coroners received their staves of office. Stuart Gardner from Glenfaber and Michael, Gareth Lees from Ayr and Garth, Kelly Sloan from Middle, and Mark Wrigley from Rushen.
By that book, and by the holy contents thereof, and by the wonderful works that God hath miraculously wrought in heaven above, and in the earth beneath, in 6 days and 7 nights, you shall, without respect of favour or friendship, love or gain, consanguinity or affinity, envy or malice, well and truly execute the office of coroner for each sheeding to which you have been appointed for the ensuing year. So help you God.
His Excellency will now instruct First Deemster Andrew Corlett and Second Deemster John Needham to read the new laws promulgated during the last sitting, first in English and then in Mass.
Learned Deemsters, I exhort you to proclaim to the people in ancient form such laws as have been enacted during the past year and which have received the royal assent. Brunen inzit, tamigemek eru thethogla mach, gusel thobel, eren chenach, ne leen shen, teverjet, nen slatsun unsen vlein chai, as turn yethen e corde riol.
International Maritime Standards Act 2021, an act to provide suitable mechanisms and to allocate responsibilities for discharging the island's obligations under international conventions.
Slatus Stundenton Mara Edra Shunak, feed heaters nanas feed. Slatus de Crail says and Cui, as poor de Funchaildes Kerman, to Helena Nechianlican, Tenelian Fo, Benton de Canenton Edra Shunach.
Beneficial Ownership Amendment Act 2021, an act to amend the Beneficial Ownership Act 2017 so as to separate the requirement to submit an annual statement of compliance from the requirement to submit an annual return under specified acts.
Slatus Shaludarak Forsak, Liazica, feed heaters nanas feed. Slatus to Liazica Slatus Shaludarak Forsak, feed heaters shakjeg. To Scaran Egan de Kerstjak Kundablain all de Violus, via Egan to Kerstjak Kundablain all for Slatus and Emnesich.
Council of Ministers Amendment Act 2021, an act to amend Section 2(3)(b) of the Council of Ministers Act 1990.
Slatus Conseil na Shiveshi Liazica feed heaters nanas feed. Slatus to Liazica Arnig G's 3B J Slatus Conseil na Shiveshi Nehi Jeg Care Feeders J.
Companies Amendment Act 2021, an act to amend certain companies legislation so as to enable a company incorporated under the Companies Act 2006 to re-register under the Companies Act 1931 and to implement recommendations of the Committee of Experts on the evaluation of anti-money laundering measures and the financing of terrorism.
Slatus Sheshington Dello Liazica feed heaters nanas feed. Slatus to Liazica Pert de Lake and Benton de Sheshington Dello de Liga de Sheshik Gello. A Cocorpich for Slatis Sheshington Dello feed heaters Shay. They recortish reach for Slatis Sheshington Dello Nehi Jeg Nanjegas feed. As to currents Bree Coral Bing Natusji, Cecil Sazen, de Lietel Nikin Ergid, as Ker Ergid de Tranlays Agli.
Sexual Offences and Obscene Publications Act 2021, an act to make new provision about sexual offences and their prevention, to amend the Prohibition of Female Genital Mutilation Act 2010, and to provide for the detention and forfeiture of land, vehicles, ships and aircraft in connection with trafficking in persons.
Slatus Lupton Comasac as Cooch Haishit Awain, feed heaters nanas feed. Slatus to Ginu Karelen no, Benton de Lupton Comasac as says and de Lietel Ad. To Liazica Slatus Milal, Lotta Comasac, Boran, feed heaters J. As to Karel Son Friel, for Glass as Varvisha, Tolu, Carbid, Lungin as Etlanen, Benton de Dropgellin and Sly.
Justice Reform Act 2021, an act to make new provision about the trial and sentencing of offenders and the procedures of the criminal courts, to place the Criminal Justice Board on a statutory footing, and to make fresh provision about judicial retirement.
Slatus Liazica Caras feed heaters nanas feed. Slatus to Carelas and O Macian Brunis as Dera Kimi, as Acton Aubrey na Quailan Kimius, to Cur aboard Caras Kimi abun Slatusek, as to Carelas and O Macian Aish Square Vioba na Brunin.
International Cooperation Protection from Liability Act 2021, an act to make provision for protection from liability against claims for damages, costs and consequential loss in cases where a public authority provides assistance pursuant to a request made by a relevant authority of a country or territory outside the island.
Slatus Coovrica Edra Shunach, Cordavai Fregatus Leol, feed heaters nanas feed. Slatus to Carail son Cordavai Fregatus Leol, Niagaton son Ergid Kalini. Corsten is called to Chitvai Shore, and Cushion Raid to Look Rail Tiak, Kakuna Cordalish, Agajin Lorish Look Rail Kui, and Sheer Natulu Railt, Chaumui Janelian.
Human Tissue and Organ Donation Act 2021, An act to make provision about activities involving human tissue and the donation of human organs.
Slatus stu kerper as tortus organin sly, feed he as nanas feed. Slatus to corral son cushion benton der stu kerper sly, as tortus organin sly.
Sky Lanterns and Balloons Prohibition Act 2021. An act to prohibit the sale, supply and release into the atmosphere of sky lanterns, to prohibit the release into the atmosphere of helium balloons, and to provide for exemptions from such prohibitions.
Slatus londarin spare as mulligan, Malau, feed he as nanas feed. Slatus to Malau crek, corral as ligamac, londarin spare senair. To Malau ligamac mulligan helium senair, as to corral some cursersness by the Malallans and show.
Statute Law Revision Act 2021.
An act to repeal spent enactments and make minor amendments and corrections to Manx enactments.
Slatus liazica lie screwage, feed he as nanas feed. Slatus to muka, slatus and maru, as to ginu liazican as kiatigan beggar, and slatus and vanum.
Road Traffic Legislation Amendment Act 2021. An act to amend the Road Traffic Act 1985, the Road Traffic Regulation Act 1985, and the Local Government Miscellaneous Provisions Act 1984.
Slatus leicum trolchus rager, liazica, feed he as nanas feed. Slatus to liazica, slatus trolchus rager, ne he jeg, care feed as queg. Slatus railan trolchus rager, ne he jeg, care feed as queg. As slatus ganalus inidac, haclercan to corralum, ne he jeg, care feed as care.
Adoption Act
2021. An act to modernise the law relating to adoption.
Slatus Daltonus, feed he as nanas feed. Slatus to genu as an and lie benton der Daltonus.
Competition Act 2021. An act to make provision about competition and the abuse of a dominant position in the market, to repeal and replace Part 2 of the Fair Trading Act 1996, and to make provision for mergers.
Slatus cohera, feed he as nanas feed. Slatus to genu corralum micam cohera as drochimid and upteris op to spural and tabaga. To mukas goilinidam gisje slatus del care, nehi jeg care feed as shege, as to corral some vesticum.
Housing Miscellaneous Provisions Amendment Act 2021. An act to make further provision in relation to leasehold premises, to permit qualifying tenants to form a company through which to apply for a management order in respect of the premises of which they are tenants, and to permit qualifying tenants of premises to apply for a management order in respect of the premises.
Slatus cumulum caclercum de corralum liazica, feed he as nanas feed. Slatus to genu corralum sorge benton der troglin cumich bargain in sire. To liga der tannison to care oxalai, shijigelo occur bun, Lori of the sack curse on order sturi, benton der troglin, undu tad cumul mar tannison. As to liga der tannison troglin to care oxalai, curse on order sturi, benton der troglin.
Climate Change Act 2021. An act to set a target year of 2050 and to make provision for the setting of interim targets for the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, to make provision about the mitigation of climate change and the enhancement of natural carbon storage, to impose climate change duties on public bodies, to make provision for energy generation and energy use, and for the reduction and recycling of waste.
Slatus cacler emshrak, feed he as nanas feed. Slatus to sycum and dane of laden, feed he as jays dade. As to corral some syca dane and roche and rehai, lerdica lidican gas tie glass. To corral some ginunuslu etis and cacler emshrak, as some bishaka tasha ducasac carbon. To kerman cacler emshrak a kerhiach, to corral some gent and breeze on lerdica as a kuzel stew to go jumel.
Enterprise, Aviation and Merchant Shipping Miscellaneous Amendments Act 2021. An act to amend the Airports and Civil Aviation Act 1987 to amend the powers to make regulations and orders, and amend the enforcement and discretionary powers under that Act, to amend the Merchant Shipping Miscellaneous Provisions Act 1996 to permit the exemption, discount or deferral of fees payable under that Act, and repeal the Merchant Shipping Load Lines Act 1981.
Slatus gastich delul, etlacus lingus gelul, caclercum de corelum, fetitus nansfeed. Slatus de liazax slatus pertinaire as etlac shawl, nehi jeg carefeed a shack. De liazaca purican de yinu relum as ordican, as de liazaca purican de agnica as purican right, form class as shen. De liazaca slatus lingus gelul, caclercum de corelum, nehi jeg carefeed a shejeg. De ligger de sersens vai geek, do rack na ligger shabe courage, benton der fierken. Tariq form clatus show, as to mucus latus lingus gel, linicum lukti, nehi jeg, carefeed name.
Administration of Justice and Other Amendments Act 2021. An Act to amend the Administration of Justice Act 1981 to make provision for the keeping of a register of judgments and debts enforceable by a warrant for payment, to make certain other amendments relating to the disclosure of information for the purposes of the Register of Judgments and the enforcement of executions, and to amend the Summary Jurisdiction Act 1989 in respect of the register of sums adjudged to be paid on conviction.
Slatus corel caris as liazac and helia, feetitus nanis feed. Slatus to liazaca, slatus corel caris, nehi jeg, carefeed nan. As to corel son friel recortis de brunusen, as liastisin and others beagnich, lorish parent to gen yeek. To genu liazac and enicelia, Benton de Kermac Fishery, Cordelish Corelum, Recortis and Brunusen, as Agnica Bilis de Ordican Collini. As to Liazaca Slatus Brunisier, nehi jeg carefeed nay, Benton de Recortis and the Summon Brunusit, de Veikic, Travis Peg Enic Derich.
Landlord Registration, Private Housing Act 2021. An Act to provide for the registration of landlords and landlords' representatives of private rented dwellings, for the application and enforcement of standards for landlords, landlords' representatives and private rented dwellings, for the regulation and protection of occupancy deposits, and for the monitoring of the private rented sector.
Slatus records a charm and Toluden, Cumberland Provasiac, feetitus nanisfeed. Slatus de Corel son records a charm in Toluden, as inadi charm in Toluden, to Cumberland Provasiac and Maloff. Son current free as Agnicus and Denton son charm in Toluden, inadi charm in Toluden, as Cumberland Provasiac and Male. Son Ganel as called a Yielus and Cumty, as son Chaglinfis a Cumtus and Male Sekeru Provasiac.
Liquor Licensing and Public Entertainments Act 2021. An Act to repeal and re-enact with amendments the Licensing Act 1995 to make provision for the regulation and supply of liquor and for the regulation of public entertainments.
Slatus kid crek jock lerges curriculum tiach, feeties nansfeed. Slatus to mucas chit herish, lesh liazac and slatus to kid, nehi jeg, care feeders queg jeg. To correo sonaganale as kermac j jock lerger, as songanale, curriculum tiach.
Has Your Excellency any further commands?
If any person wishes to present a petition, let him now come forward. Miscellaneous personena be achinacho, ligda nish, chitkyon godrun.
His Excellency has asked if anyone has any petitions, and as you can see, there's quite a large number of people with their documents about to hand them to the Clerk of Tinwall, Jonathan King. This is an annual opportunity, and it's to to offer what they called petitions for redress of grievance. Until 1963, this had been exercised only twice in the 20th century, in 1916 and 1968. The opportunity was again exercised in 1978, since when petitions have been handed in annually. Petitions are intended to be an appeal of last resort, giving access to the highest court in the land when all other possible remedies have failed. There are very strict rules regarding the wording of petitions, and they can be rejected simply for not complying with the correct legal wording. All the petitions will be handed to the Lieutenant Governor, and he will make an announcement as to what action will be taken.
I shall refer these petitions to the Standing Orders Committee of Tynwald, who will report thereon at their earliest convenience. Verum na haken on shore, gusping reilen bien Tinwall, vermach brunis oru, haler as althasad. This concludes the proceedings on Tynwald Hill. There will now be a sitting of Tynwald Court in the Royal Chapel, with the learned deemsters, captains of the parishes, and others here assembled. I am pleased to accept the invitation of the President of Tynwald to be present at the sitting of Tynwald Court and to witness the captioning of the acts just promulgated. Siogera na cwsiwn ei col croncil iwn. Bys ei gweld Tinwald nish, unsa chil rio. Merish na brwn in inzit, Captioning na skirkun, as Ferelia, te Jacqueline Cooger, unshow. Salium Saika, J. Quera Octaren Tinwald, the Vey Quin Furnish eg Saiquel Tinwald, as the Vey Nun Furnishin, J. Furica Neslatsen, Venen Vaugla Machju.
Two sergeants of the Isle of Man Constabulary. The coroners. The Senior Salvation Army Officer. The ministers of the Free Churches. The Chairman of the Isle of Man District of the Methodist Church. The Roman Catholic Dean. The Beneficed Clergy. The Deans of St. German's Cathedral. The Vicar General. The Chairman of the Town and Village Commissioners. The Mayor of Douglas. The Acting Chief Registrar. A representative of the Commission of Peace. The captains of the parishes. And later, the High Bailiff, the Interim Chief Secretary, the Chief Constable, the members of the Legislative Council, Mr. Crane, Mrs. Kelsey,
Mr. Greenhill, Mr. Mercer. Mrs. Masker, Mrs. Sharp. Mr. Henderson, Miss August Hanson. Her Majesty's Solicitor General. The Lord Bishop. One messenger of the House of Keys. The chaplain of the House of Keys. The Clerk of Tynwald, Secretary of the House of Keys and Counsel to the Speaker. The members of the House of Keys. Dr. Haywood, Mr. Johnson. Mrs. Kane, Mrs. Maltby. Mr. Smith, Mrs. Christian. Miss Lord Brennan, Mr. Ashford. Mr. Crookall, Mr. Wannenberg. Mrs. Poole Wilson, Miss Farragut. Mr. Peters. Mr. Callister, Mrs. Corlett. Miss Edge, Mr. Thomas. Mr. Hooper, Mr. Morehouse. Dr. Allinson, Mr. Glover. The Chief Minister. The Speaker of the House of Keys. One messenger of the Legislative Council. The Deemster. The Judge of Appeal. The Second Deemster. The First Deemster and Clerk of the Rolls. The Clerk of the Legislative Council. One Guard Cody. The President of Tinwall. Fanfare team.
Fanfare team. Come.
Two sergeants of the Isle of Man Constabulary. The Sword of State. His Excellency, the Lieutenant Governor. The Chief of Staff to the Lieutenant Governor. The Surgeon to the Household.
So you can see that almost everyone has now left Tinwall Hill. And I think this should be mentioned that the first time in living memory, His Excellency has spoken in English and then in Manx during the ceremony. This was at his own personal request. Thank you for that very nice reaction. The Lieutenant Governor for the last few weeks has been seeking the expertise of Manx language expert Ruth Kegan of Culture Bannon, and I know he's very grateful for her for the pronunciations. Well done, sir. Now, this ceremony is a physically onerous parade involving a long stand for everybody involved. And that implies equally to the standard bearers and the Manx route lining parties, as well as the Guard of Honour and the band. And I have to make particular mention of the Royal Marines drummer, who throughout this has worn a tiger skin. I hope you'll all agree that we've been served extremely well by all of them this morning. Very well done to everyone. Okay, so the final official business of the day takes place very shortly inside the church. The Tinwall Court is meeting for the captioning ceremony, where all the laws we have heard from the Hill today will be signed or captioned by the President of Tynwald and the Speaker of the House of Keys, and by tradition they will use quill pens. Now if we turn our attention to the big screen, we can see what's happening in the church, and we should be able to see that the members are starting to assemble, and then we will hear the voice of the President as we begin the captioning ceremony.
No, from the floor. Thank you very much.
And is honoured with the deep sir to be present to witness the sitting of this court, and I call upon the clerk of Tinwall to escort them to their places.
As the captioning ceremony continues inside the church, we'd just like to give our sincere thanks to the Royal Marines Band from Rosyth in Scotland and Captain Tom Griffin, and also to the Guard of Honour from the Royal Navy State Ceremonial Training Section and the Guard Commander Royce Broderick. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies. So as you can see, the captioning ceremony is continuing inside the church, and this is the last formal part of the Tinwall ceremony for 2022. Now, it is only really just beginning, because for the majority of the Isle of Man, this is a bank holiday and to be enjoyed by everyone, and there are lots of activities. Before I forget, there's also an official photograph of all the main people in the Tinwall ceremony to be taken outside the church after the ceremony. But there are lots of events on today. The traditional Cronkabody Sports is on this afternoon at 2 o'clock. Maybe you just want to relax at home with your friends. Or you can start by visiting the many stands here at Tinwall Fair, and it looks as if they're extremely busy at the moment. You'll be very welcome. Lots of them are run by charities and supporting very good causes. But whatever you choose to do, we hope you all have a wonderful day. And I know James has got some more details of events that's happening.
Yes, thank you, Bill. Just a couple of changes really to the scheduled programme, if you have it in front of you. Just to say that the Body Rock group will be at the Bun School Gilga at 1:30 this afternoon. The Grand Manx Dance will take place on the Fairfield at 2:15. The Castor Matilda, they'll be performing at 3 o'clock, and the Tinwall Fest Marquee. The Isle of Man Wind Orchestra in the Fairfield at 3:45. And then also on the Fairfield at 4:30, Castletown Metropolitan Silver Band. Just a few changes there to the original schedule, if you were looking at that and referring to it earlier. And just, Bill, a final mention, really, we've been passed the note from the National Liberal Group, the Commonwealth Forum. They're represented here today. 14 people have been in the grandstand watching the events this morning. The visit has been postponed for 3 years due to COVID, but they finally made it. Third time lucky, I think you call it. They visited the House of Keys, they met the dignitaries, they met His Excellency, and they're heading to Jersey and Guernsey next year. They've just returned from Canada. It's something they try and do and go around the Commonwealth states. So a warm welcome to the Isle of Man, to all of the members and the guests from the National Liberal Club Commonwealth Forum this year.
Thank you, James. And a couple of I've already forgotten, the Viking Village, which is really worth seeing. And there's a special event with the Army Cadets over in the field opposite the church down on the main road. So you're very welcome to attend that as well. Well, this is the end of the formal part of today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of Tinwall Day. My grateful thanks to James Davis for his commentary, for the support in the box here by Kiri Kermode, and for the assistance of all the guys and the technicians and the people who've made this happen today. Thank you. So, enjoy the rest of Tinwall Day. Good afternoon. Fasta Mai.
please. Press shots. Thank you. You are amazing. Please stop being amazing.
Yes, mate, all good. Yeah, just push that one.